Holy, what up? What up? How we doing? Welcome, welcome. Today, the current plan. We have a lot of PoBing today, and we might be also reacting to an interview whilst we're PoBing. Um, Sup Lagarto, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're to increase this because it's going to be in the background. Um, I think for now the priority for PoBing is going to be I want to POB what changes I would make to Wretch Defilers if there's like any big changes so far, and I don't think there really is anything that needs to change. Oh yeah, I mean I basically worked on a new build, and I would like to try. I think I started working on it last night, basically, and it's pretty much done. The Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom setup that I was talking about wanting to experience, ended up doing that, and so far so good. Basically everything is done at this point. I kind of wanted to stream the process of making this POB, but I figured between all the POBing I had to do already, there just wasn't going to be enough time. And I mean, all in all, I really like the way it turned out. Anywho, that's me sidetracking. I need to go and 3.27 Wretch Defilers. Also, we have a destined video to watch. Looking at the high budget, just to start from the top and go down, I don't think anything here changes in any way that really affects us, besides we no longer have this node, so we have to pick something else. And in reality, that something else is just going to be either Umbra Army or Plaguebringer, and realistically I think it's just going to be Plaguebringer, because Plaguebringer is we have a trigger wand. Plaguebringer is reduced damage and more damage, so it's still decent defensively. I also need to account for the fact that we no longer have these guys, but this was never accounted for to begin with, and the only thing accounted for here is the life and PDR, so like that's fine. I do need to figure out the best enchants for the skills and all of that, but like other than that, not much has to change. So let's just start from the top. We're going to remove the bloodline. We don't need it, and if I remember correctly, we don't have, like, I could do Katarina bloodline, but like we don't have enough reason to go Katarina bloodline realistically. It's a bit of extra armor. We don't use ES, we don't use evasion, so like these two on the other hand would be a fair amount of damage. This is 10% more damage, which is always nice. This is a fair amount of attack cast speed, but and increased damage, but realistically it's mostly just the increased damage, because the attack cast speed, this is a sublime vision build, so there's only one aura anyways. Yeah, so this is just much better. So that takes care of that. Next up, remove these two. That removes some life and some. That removes some life anyways. Then we'll go through all our links to figure out what the enchant we're going to be using is, because actually, yeah, we're gonna do that. What is our ideal enchant here? Odds are we might not have access to some of these guys, and I can't make a decision based off of just that. So I think elemental army realistically would have to be it. Could also do slower approach, but elemental army leaves them tankier because of max. Well, it doesn't actually, because I don't think they get max res at level 1. Faster casting is also decent. Level 1 elemental army is still 10% more damage, and we don't care about exposure, but still 10% more damage and some melee res for them. Like I said, the alternative is slow approach, and I think slow approach can get void manipulation that would break Wretch Defiler. So I would say elemental army is the best option. The elemental army, then bone offering, desecrate, life tap. We can put life tap here to allow for an extra link here. So if I decide to do that, I feel like this build already had like excess links to the point where I could have put portal and it was fine. I don't have a defensive skill on here. We also don't have shield charge, but we have the attack speed to support. No, we do. It's here. So we do have shield charge. Is there anything I care about that should be going here? What's my anoint? Death attunement. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to decide if there's any reason to not go for life tap level 1, because like the levels don't matter and I get what I want and I get an extra socket. It's just like a case of what the fuck would I do with that extra socket, you know? And I haven't quite figured that out yet. This is a trigger wand. I can't use any extra auras. I can't use any extra minions. I guess I could use momentum on shield charge as well. That could be what I do. But like the funny thing is, shield charge can get its own level 1 gem, but I suspect the level 1 gems will be rare enough to where you wouldn't just want to just throw them on any support skill because they're expensive and they cost multiple divines. That is my prediction for how expensive they will be. I don't think they could easily be balanced to be like 10D plus, in which case, but I don't think so. I suspect not, at least. So if I get life tap as the enchant here, if I get life tap, that would mean I have space for momentum, which will make it feel a bit better. I don't know how much better, but a bit better. I do have a defensive here. Cooldown reduction would be really nice for it. Cooldown recovery rates. But I think I would like to use that on my convocation. Like realistically, I think this is one out to support with convocation, which means we do have a reason to go for why is this level 19? I don't know why that's level 19, but in any case, we have a reason to go for it. If I put convocation here, I can put cooldown recovery here to support both steel skin and convocation and have it. Nah, I already want it with cast damage shaking though. I don't want it with automation. I guess that is a direction we could go with it. I think this race Spectre would deserve an extra. I see aspect of the spider, so new defiler build. This is just me updating my rich defiler's current high budget. I think I just do this. Desecrates and then Purity of Ice. And then Purity of Ice leaves here for Tempest Shield. And then Tempest Shield leaves here for cooldown recovery whenever they add it. Cooldown recovery supports. And then here we go automation instead. And then instead of more duration, we go convocation. I actually prefer convocation elsewhere. You'll use the build. Yeah, the good thing is not too much changes from between last season and this season in terms of how it's actually going to be built, thankfully. So it's not going to be that much work. Where the work will start is when I need to PoB dominating blow, which I think is what I'm going to do once I'm done updating this guy. Do I do dominating blow before absolution? Because I do have an absolution build to update as well. So we'll have to figure that out. I'm a big fan. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for spending time here. What do I want to do with this guy? Cooldown recovery, obviously, but I'm thinking, do I want to have, depending on the content, this is how I treated this last season. Depending on the content, I might have convocation here, or I might have, like, I'll switching it with, I think, Tempest Shield. So sometimes I'd have Tempest Shield in automation support, and other times I would have convocation. So like if I was doing something like blight, was it blight? Not blight. There was something I was doing that I felt the need to have automated convocation. Anyways, my convocation is how long of a CD right now? 1.8. So with an extra 40%, it is going to go down to 1.5. So every 1.5 seconds it procs. So basically it procs twice in 3 seconds, which is not bad. Yeah, I think convocation and then cooldown recovery support goes there. Whereas convocation currently it is here. So it can just leave. We're missing. I actually also had arcane surge on my automation. Oh yeah, that's why I had convocation, automation, and I think I had arcane surge. So they had perma passive arcane surge while I was clearing, something like that. Either way, I'm not going to be using convocation or automation unless the CD is low enough. For starter, am I going to be using an old build? I don't know yet, actually. I'm considering I'm playing around with a few different options. Option 1 is going to be obviously Reg Defiler, which I'm working on now. But then we're also considering Dominating Blow, which is supposed to be really good. And will have a cheaper low budget and was already decent, a very decent starter. The problem with Dominating Blow is typically the high end, but I suspect that the high end is going to also be pretty chill with the buffs we got. So there's a very decent chance we go Dom Blow. And what the fuck is going on with my unreserved mana? Holy, what is this? Why is that? Why is it on? I mean, it shouldn't be on live tap to begin with, so. Purity of Ice. There. So Purity of Ice, main hand weapon. Whereas it's just going to be Bone Offering and Desecrate linked with Life Tap as well. Well, Life Tap enchant on the Bone Offering if you can afford it. For me, when they start 3.28, I'll open your live and do it exactly what you do, a copy. I mean, I think my profile is on my YouTube description typically, so you can always use that to check my items and everything that I am currently doing. But yeah, the plan is in this next week, I'm going to figure out what exactly I want to do on League Starts, pretty much. So now we have a spare link. That spare link is probably just going to go to Tempest Shield at this point. The Tempest Shield. Actually, on second thoughts, What am I thinking? What if I had two automations? What if I had this automation for steel skin and it had more duration and tempest shield, and then I had automation here and it had convocation and arcane surge? The problem is, well, you are not instant cast, so you wouldn't proc off of convocation. Frost blink is though, so you'd have to be unlinked. But that would be those would be two sockets. We already know what will happen to tempest shield since it doesn't have to be there. But then something else also has to go in order to fit in an automation. I guess in theory, I could just put automation, more duration, and arcane surge there. I just need to spend 15 mana, and I think steel skin is 15 mana. Could be wrong. Turn it on. Yeah, mana cost is 18, so we could do arcane surge and more duration. This leaves me in a better defensive spot. And then here we'll bring convocation. And we put cooldown recovery to support our frost blink as well as our convocation. We could do something like that, and I think I like the idea of that because then convocation is still down to 1.5 seconds. And for anybody that doesn't like convocation gameplay, they can always move convocation from here to more duration, and then they don't have to worry about convocation. But getting Frostblink's CDR down will be very nice. I think Frostblink currently has a CDR of, or a cooldown rather, of 2.17 seconds. So with 40% coming from there, all of a sudden, it should be down to maybe 1.8. And then when they're around a rare or unique, it will be, you know, down to like maybe 1 second or something. All in all, should feel better. Still don't get momentum here, but I don't think momentum will be worth the cost. Aside all of the above we just pointed out, which, you know, was pretty straightforward, I don't think we actually need to change anything else. Like, I genuinely don't think we have to. Oh, jeez. Okay. That's the high budget now, isn't it? Um, while I'm at it, let me actually create the space for 3.28. Okay, 3.28. All right, we've created this section for 3.28 on our build spreadsheet. Haven't made any changes just yet. This is going to be the high budget. I'm still very confident in this. That being said, I should add a note for how to interpret the POB. Quick note. This is for specifically because POB doesn't have support for, what is the name of those things again? Not the exceptional gems, the coins. Okay. How to find if a gem supports gem is level 1, it is likely a an imbued gem. for the main skill in that slot. So am I doing defilers? I'm updating my guides. I haven't decided what I'm going to league start, but I am updating my guides. What build are you cooking for Mirage? I have a few I want to cook up, but for now I'm updating rest defilers. I have made one POB already off stream because I couldn't wait. And the TLDR of that one, I don't know if it's going to be league startable because I just started with the high end, but it's basically Chaos Golem of Maelstrom, and I was able to get pretty decent damage out of it. I want to POB a Dumb Blow character for all budgets. Going to move this to 3.28 because this has been updated. Oh, my caps lock is still on. Reg defilers. Wasn't Golem nerfed pretty hard? Golem effect was nerfed hard. Golems were not. There's a difference. So I will be getting less from the effect. So like I would be getting less defenses from Stone Golem, and I'd be getting less chaos res from Chaos Golem. But the Golem itself didn't see any nerfs to like its damage or anything like that. Yeah, basically. The builds that really just wanted to stack Golem buff effect and use all the Golems for the increased attack speed and the mana regen, AoE, all of that, those have been nerfed. Minions were like Minioners were nerfed in that we still liked Stone Golem a lot. Like a lot. So we're getting less regen from there, which is unfortunate. Well, like it is what it is. They nerfed the cluster for Golem. Yeah, they nerfed Primordial Bond and then they nerfed Legion the Primordial. So any build that wanted the 50% here or Primordial Bond, all of that is just worse now. Nothing else needs to be changed on this setup, I think. It's a good thing Breach wasn't intrusive, so like there really isn't much to change now. So that is the high budgets. What is the next budget we should be looking into? I don't think I'm going to be doing spell suppress variants. I don't think I'm updating that, but I will be updating the medium and the low budget. One thing I noticed going into 3.27 was the low budget and the medium budget were a bit far into, you know, they're a bit far on the budget. So I would have to make sure the medium budget isn't too much more expensive. I also think I might POB a Frostbearer low budget for people who want to use Frostbearers instead, because realistically Frostbearers are just better single targets until you get Doriani, in which case then Doriani takes over. The pros and cons of Frostbearers versus Wretch Deviler pre-Doriani is Frostbearers have good single target and decent clear. Wretch Devilers have really good clear but worse single targets. But they also synergize better with the other minions you're using, which is why I personally like using Wretch Devilers on the low budget. Because like I said, it's just easier to scale everything with lightning, and the reason it's easier is you're doing lightning, so you can really focus on like lightning pen, lightning res, lightning exposure, all of that. You can Wrath Aura is better because Wrath gives your defilers more spell lightning damage, but it gives your skeletons and zombies flat lightning damage. Whereas Hatred would not affect Frostbearers in the slightest, so you wouldn't run Hatred, but your zombies would really love hatred, so that kind of complicates the cold scaling to where if you were to go cold frostbearers before you can fully utilize, like fully just focus on the frostbearers, yeah, it gets dicier dealing with skeletons and everything alongside those. How do you interpret the change to specters? Is it a buff or a nerf? It is a buff to certain kinds of specters and a nerf to others. Any specter that did not care about the elemental conversion it just got buffed for free essentially by this patch, and anyone that cared about it got giga nerfed. As an example, Mirage Defilers got buffed because they didn't care about the conversion. They do base lightning damage. Frostbearers got buffed because they do base cold damage, so they didn't care about the conversion. But like Syndicate Operatives, Crush Claws, they use the conversion because they had their base phase and then they convert and got the big multiplier. So they got nerfed. They got giga nerfed essentially. So it depends on the specter. It's kind of both. It's a buff to people who didn't convert, or those that converted to chaos as well, because chaos didn't benefit from this conversion either. So if they didn't convert or they converted to chaos, it's a buff for them. All right, so low budgets. I feel like Purple Store is still fine if we're going Rich Defilers and everything. This is probably all still fine. Do we have a Bloodline Ascendancy? No, we do not. Do we care for a Bloodline Ascendancy? What is our wand here? Reverb Rod. You are welcome. Yeah, okay, so we use Reverb Rod, which means we can't effectively trigger, which means we don't want Mistress of Sacrifice. That's fine. Conductivity offering, use flesh offering to boost. Jeez. To boost defilers. You have skeletons, zombies, lightning pen. I suspect an amulet like Bone Meld, unlike this league, Bone Meld will actually be expensive in 3.28. For like the first 3-4 days. It'll probably be in the divine ranges, and as such I don't even know if I should put in the medium budget. I think I should, because it's the best medium budget amulet, but I have to think about it because this last league, it was new. People kind of slept on it initially, so like the market was able to like have a fair amount before it became popular, and as such it just stayed dirt cheap. But going in, many people now know that it's good. What I want to do here is I want to copy this because I don't think anything really changes in the low budgets really. But I want to POB a Frostbearer low budget, and I want to see what that looks like as well. Frostbearer, because like I have a Frostbearer setup here, but it's not, how do I put this? It's not quite as specialized as it could be. Also Merc, I mean, you're not doing anything, so I'll delete you just because why not? So Bitter Dream, converting this to elemental. What if I use Seed Hebrats instead of Jinx Juju? Seed Hebrat is convert to cold, so my regular minions would convert to cold. They'd get some flat cold, nothing insane, but everybody would now be dealing cold damage, and I spare myself a Triad's grip. The only problem is 50% of that base damage just disappears, and that's not great. I don't think it's a great idea, because with converting to lightning, all the minions base physical damage gets to stay and, you know, to show as lightning. But at the same time, not only that, we get to use... Oh, cramp. Oh, I think we're fine now. All right. Still slight cramp. Anyways, at the same time, because all their base damage gets converted, it's typically a fair amount of damage. Like, it really is. If we wanted, we could still use Fist to lightning support, which is Fist as extra as well. We can take advantage of volatility with the increased range that lightning tends to offer, especially with... But then ghastly eye jewels become awkward, because now we want flat cold, not lightning. And then we obviously want AoE, because AoE good. Greater volley, spell echo. I would like for the Frostbearer version to lean a bit more into Frostbearers, which means it would need a low budget. Shouldn't be using a level 21, maybe a level 21 with 0 quality, but that's still outside the budget of a low budget. How do I give myself enough levels without using Reverb Rod and Empower? Because Empower would be a big DPS loss here. Dropping Spell Echo is... yeah, it's not great. But I still need to get myself to level 25. One way or the other. This early on, maybe Squire, but like Squire is also going to be expensive, and I do still lose a level, so... I think we just have to come to terms with the fact that it's just not happening. Because we already have Bones of Ruler for +1. We can't get any amount of plus here, right? What are our options? Bone Melt is going to be expensive, so no. Replica Dragon Fangs is obviously no. Ashes is still going to be expensive, so no. How else are we getting plus to level? It's genuinely just Empower at that point. All right, let's see this. What if we said Empower 3? That puts us where we want, but this is... I feel like Empower Day 1 is... level 3 is outside it's outside the budget of a low budget to begin with as well. Like, I think it generally just is still lower damage than just spell echo. Yeah, we'll leave it as is. As it stands here, we're getting even a 21 gem wouldn't be enough. I still need an extra level, but that's besides the point. As is, we're getting to the base spectre, one from the tree. Wait, what am I saying? From the gem, we're getting 2 base specters rather, because we get to level 13. We don't get 25, so we don't get the third one. Then we get an extra from the tree to give us 3. And this doesn't have levels to get us anywhere. We are also not using Powerborn Midnight Bargain, so yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can realistically get to 4 minions. We obviously can't do any plus. I guess we could go for a +2 helmet, but that is pricey day one. Genuinely is. So I don't bank on that either. The more I look at it, the more I'm just like, Frostbearers. You know. The funny thing is, it's still more damage than Defilers on PoB. Now, if this is accurate, I don't think it is. It's been very, very buggy in the past, so I wouldn't fully trust this number. And this number is assuming 1 projectile per Defiler, when realistically, I would say a minimum of 3 projectiles hits per target. So, anyways, take this number with a very big grain of salt. I say grain, just a very big helping of salt, rather. All right. If the goal is genuinely just to focus on Frostbearers and not to care too much about other sources of damage, and I should realistically be dropping a Bitter Dream, going for a +1 wand, which should get and increase damage, which should give me an extra level, and then in my main leagues going for Empower, which would then give me the extra minion to then get 4. It'd be 3 from the base gem, 1 from the tree. Yeah, 4. This shouldn't be 20, it should be 15. Because I have 3 Retrophiles or 3 Frostbearers so far. I think on the low budgets, it low-key makes more sense to just go Retrophiles. Medium budget Frostbearers probably come out ahead, and then high budgets Defilers, and they become even again. That is probably the ebb and flow of Retrophiler versus Frostbearers. We have AoE. Curse, Elemental Res, increase effect of offering. We don't have any other minion offensive mastery. So we don't have AoE. But I've been told the overlap is so good that even without AoE it's still fine. And there is AoE from here as well. So odds are it's fine. Then the next concern, which I think might be a bigger concern, is Frostbearers are baseline squishier than Defilers. So you have to deal with them dying a bit more, which, you know, promotes a bit of a slight I want to say a slight survivability increase, or this increasing the survivability scaling of my minions, which would promote bone offering versus flesh offering, but flesh offering is a very healthy amount of damage. I don't think it's, honestly, I don't think it's worth as is, simply because, as you would see here, zombies and skeletons make up 500k, whereas the forged frostbearers make up 800k. The damage on these guys has gotten a lot worse, is what that means. What can I do to help this damage number go up? This zealotry only affects frostbearers. Hatred only affects zombies, skellies. Aura wise, there's just nothing that they have in common. All right, guys, give me a quick second. I'll be right back. I'm feeling so sleepy. All right, I am back. And no, not as tired. Where were we? Frostbearers versus Defilers, low budgets. The one advantage Frostbearers have over Defilers is they're much easier or to get, especially saying as I will be farming settlers early on. I plan on farming settlers at least, so that's one big advantage for Frostbearers over Retrofilers. What up, Maluk? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Is there anything I would change on a Frostbearer setup? Because we've established the simple fact. Wait, actually, let's try something real quick. What if instead of being in the weapon, we went in the body armor? We then did convening wand, with +1 level, +1 all, and then minion damage. Mid-roll, let's say. Right? Then you proceed to do all the things that you need. So we have this. So that would involve empower, so that we can actually get an extra specter. Cool. Then minion. I don't like the idea of minion damage, and the reason I don't like the idea of minion damage is because it makes the Frostbearer squishier. Control destruction, definitely. I don't know that we have much of a choice at this point. Okay, so we have would have 4 minions now. 1 from here and 3 from the gem. Then because we aren't going lightning anymore, or we don't care as much for like zombies and the others, we can remove Triad's Grip from the equation altogether. We can also move from elemental weakness to frostbite. We can also just lean more into offensive jewels that make more sense for it. So instead of haste, we'd be doing zealotry. That was a DPS loss. Really? Yeah, it should be. It's a game. What the fuck happened? That was weird. Fine, mate. I'm good. I'm good. Just updating my builds and working on new stuff. So that leaves me with zealotry. My main hand weapon is empty. But now we can spare a trigger craft. which means I can go for a block from offerings now. But that'd be a reduction in DPS because I'd be going from flesh offering to bone offering. So now what should be my main hand with these changes? That config is doing nothing. There isn't actually Guardian Turtle. Main hand should have Desecrate. My guy, what is going on here? Why did it take so long? And then flesh offering. Holy shit. Do I need to close part of building? Okay, buddy, you're gone. Just let me save. All right, so that means we can remove 1, 2, and 3. Frostbite is still there, but we now have a lot more space to work with. We still have some on Stone Golem Feeding Frenzy. We have 4 Spectres. I wouldn't say AG is necessarily too low budget, so I don't want to plan around having an AG. Because Grudcall's pelt can be expensive. Like near a divine or a divine, depending on how early. So I'm thinking probably not. We already have automation steel skin, so we don't have to worry about defensive. All right, shield charge goes with faster attacks in any case. You'll feel better. Jesus, that took a while. Is there anything about this POB that should be taking as long as it is? Cause it don't make no goddamn sense. Anyways, Frostblink. Ah, boy. Oh, this POB is cursed. What the fuck? All right, Frost Bite, Frost Blink. I'm thinking of giving one of these guys Elemental Army for exposure, but I don't know who. If I feel like making Stone Golem a 3-link, I can put it in my helmets and then put this 2-link in my boots. I guess I could do that. But then it would need some cold damage. But it also just does cold damage from the Ghastly Eye Jewels we already have. Okay. I'm down. Let's do that. So boots. Helmet. Jesus, man. This is pain. You know what it might be? Maybe this being combined DPS, but I feel like that's a stretch. But if I choose not to sort by DPS, I think it should auto fix. Or it should stop spending 2 years on each click. Before DPS is faster. Oh fuck no. I'm just going to turn this off for now. Later on I can turn it back on, but like Jesus, this is rough. Like full DPS is even worse. All right. This gives me cold exposure. We currently have no source of unnerve. Where's Convocation? Do we have it anywhere? Yeah, we do. Oh, we already have Wave of Conviction as well. I guess now I can take that off, but it's there. Yeah. Next up. Do I have 10 minions? 4 Spectres, 1 Golem. I'll put a raised zombie on here. Dude, you aren't even sorting DPS anymore. Why are you still slow? And then minion life here. Jesus, man. What is wrong with PoB? Is there something else? Is there a universe I need to close PoE in the background or something? Like, Lord knows if it was annoying me this much, I wouldn't have made the PoB I did last night. So something is clearly new and different about this. I don't know what it is, but restarting PoB didn't help. I'm going to delete the chess piece from here because that's probably playing a role. Maybe even just having two different options or something. I don't know. At this point, I'm grasping at straws, but what else can I do? Armor, ES, gloves that have life, and you're an Exarch. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. That being said, I do think there's room for life tap here. I think I'm surprised it doesn't say you don't have the mana to cast something, but as a warning. But I'm just going to life tap this. All right, let's just try, because at this point it can't get worse. It can't get worse. All right. I mean, this is fine for a low budget, I think. Nothing about it is insane. They're all 2 mod items with nothing outrageous. That, and I also just don't want to touch skills anymore. So if I wanted to go Frostbearers, I could really lean into them early on, drop in even a Bitter Dream for this. Because like a Bitter Dream just doesn't even really compare in terms of damage, because I think with a Bitter Dream we were like 1.6, 1.5, something like that. 1.3. Now we're at 2. But it also involves Empower. Empower is like the only thing that I think is like sketch here, that is not low budget, but like is needed if you want to get that extra Spectre, which doesn't feel the greatest to need it. Because like realistically, we're getting it for one level and one level only. Because we get this to level 26. If you can afford a 21 no quality before you can afford an Empower, you don't need the Empower. So maybe that should even be, maybe I should do that. Go no quality. And then just go for a 21 gem. And then replace Empower with... Oh, Jesus Christ. And the worst part is I actually want to sort it now. Oh, POB. What is wrong with you? Looking at my Windows, my task manager, nothing is... My CPU is fine. Everything is fine. We're under 50%. They're all chilling. And then you decide to be an absolute pain in the fucking backside. Okay, I've clicked it in. Can I minimize you? Thank you. Fucking losing my shit. I think we get cold pan in its place. And just like that, 2.5. All right, I think this is a decent Frostbearer low budget. They are pretty similar in the trees are the same, and the big difference is just what items you end up going for. I'd say the Frostbearer variant is a bit more expensive, but it's also more damage to compensate. So there's that. My only problem with Frostbearers is I don't like the approach speed. It's been a personal for me. It's like a slight pain point having the approach speed, because like you then get to the point where it feels like sometimes they miss because they target somewhere and the enemy moves before it hits there, and whereas the filers obviously don't have this issue. I still think having defilers be your main source of damage is still the best play. And again, the reason I say that is this is not POBing the damage correctly. Realistically, looks closer to somewhere like this. I don't think we're hitting with, on the most smaller bosses and whatnot, we're only hitting with like 3, maybe 4, but like I want to play it safe and say 3 projectiles. So this is like closer to the DPS actually for less money, basically, right? Because you don't need a 21 gem to hit the extra minion here, because Reverb Rod gives you 2 levels. So you just sit in your 2020, could go for 21-0. And then you get to keep playing the filers from Act 1 up until, well, not Act 1, but like from early end game till Doriani. Anyways, I think this is all. Oh yeah, I was going to switch this back to 4 defilers. what do I think about slave drivers in the current game? In Breach, because of the sheer amount of mobs you had to kill and how swarmy it felt, they weren't the greatest because they were on the squishier side, whereas Harris Watch just demolished stuff, right? But Reverb Rod is such a big damage spike that I'm like, I think it's still worth it over Harry's Watch, unless you go for Bitter Dream, in which case Harry's Watch obviously just shits on slave drivers. Let's just do this so that I can save on the notes so people know that they exist. So low budget is kind of done. Kind of. I'll leave the Frostbearer and the non-Frostbearer variants. I don't know if I want to add them to my sheet simply because I find when it comes to guide content, when you give people options, it tends to, in many cases, do more harm than good, because then it's a case of when people start asking like, when do we do this one, or when do we do this one, and all of that. Meanwhile, the real answer is it's just whichever one you prefer. But then people would want to know which one is stronger and everything. Which, is there any way I can address that? Is there a note on my sheet I can put that would help there? The stronger is always the build that you don't pick. Where is the lie? I mean, I would like to believe in most cases people tend to play what they find stronger. But like not every case, obviously, because some cases you might just prefer something that's weaker. It is what it is. All right, then we have the low to medium budgets. This guy we're going to update next. I would like to have a name for the low to medium budget other than low to medium budget, because it was a very important POB last league where I created it as a bridge between low and medium, because the items in the medium ended up being expensive. Stuff like stuff like Dark Monarch was expensive. Bitter Buying Point was break your jaw expensive. Like, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting that price point. Stuff like that, essentially. So I ended up having to make a lower tier but like higher tier than low budgets to bridge that gap. So now the question is, what do I name it? Is it even still necessary? I think it is. I think it is. And I think, honestly, it depends on the price of Farborn Midnight Bargain, because last league that shit was dirt cheap, but it might get the, what's that thing's name again? Bone melt treatment, because now Farborn is going to be rare because not everybody's doing Breach, and people do know about it and are planning to have it, you know, before we get there to the point where there's a lot on the market. So I think it's common enough that it won't be too expensive, but it's rare enough to where it will have a price point like 50k or so, or 30k or so, especially if you're going for high percent increases in minion damage. You know, so there's that. Has anyone on GGG's side ever sat down to ask themselves why a wand like Midnight Bargain isn't a convoking wand unique? I'm just curious. Why am I getting increased spell damage implicit on a minion wand? Has the full skull shape and everything. But it's an engraved wand? Okay. I don't know. But anyways, I don't think much has to change here, if I'm being honest. If I really wanted to POB something new, I would have to create a POB for, what's the name of that thing again? For Frostbearers. And I don't want to do that. All right, so this one doesn't have the big expensive items, but it has grafts. We need to get rid of the grafts. What else could have bled over from this league? We weren't using any of those bloodlines. We're fine with what we're currently using. All the auras are like, the gem setup is fine. AG setup looks fine. What is on my glove? LA weakness on hit. Okay, and yeah, it's fine. I feel like, yeah, okay. This is the low to medium budget. I was going to say I feel like which you should be able to afford a +1 Spectre chest with pretty meh suffixes, but since it's low to mid, I'll accept it. Why is this 5? It should be 4. The low to mid budget, we still wouldn't be using the new point of knowledge power or anything yet. I don't think so. I feel like that will still be too expensive. I'm going to move the low to mid because it's basically good. The only thing I'm going to say is I'm going to go into the low budget and I'm going to copy this note. I'm going to paste it into the low to mid. I don't know if invasive adversary still does what it says it does for defilers. Can't be fully sure, but at the very least, let's play it safe and just say to get it from abomination. Newly nightmare like this spelling is correct, but it somehow looks wrong as when I stare at it. Anyways, let's do another once over just to make sure there's nothing left over. Foulborn, as far as I know, are still in the game, and I don't think they removed a single one of them. I didn't hear about any of them that they removed, so I think it's still in the game. And then the medium budgets. Should I be moving them or should I be copying them? I like having the history. I think moving is fine, to be honest. I like having the history, but like I still have my spreadsheets for the final variant that they ended up anyway, so like it's fine. For history, it's still there. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. I was going to question it, but like it's fine. So we moved the leveling and the medium budget. Medium budgets. Where we are supposed to be using a trigger wand again here. So we then lean into bone offering for our block. Bitter bind point, so we definitely want to use Arcane Surge with Steel Skin and Automation. Skill Charge without a fast attacks? So that's a bot. All right, where are we? If I move Zealotry over here, real quick, wrong click. Have you all noticed how I haven't been complaining about PoB anymore? I think that PoB, there's something wrong with that PoB. And I don't know what it is about the Frostbearer PoB, but like, that shit was disgusting. But anyways, so now we can do Shield Charge. Faster attacks. I mean, we have these spare sockets, so why not? This is a 3.26 tree. Let me just make sure nothing changes in the conversion. Yeah, I don't think anything changes. We're using Dark Monarch, so there's no space for AG or anything along those lines. And then leveling. Does anything change on the leveling setup for defilers? Oh, I should also make sure the different variants don't have grafts. Low budget has grafts. Remove them. Save. Low to medium. No grafts. Medium has grafts. The good news is the grafts were never like fully incorporated into PoB, so it's not like I'm losing anything here. And then high budget, I think. Yeah, I've already addressed this one. Minus plus, so we can save on the note screen. And now we have leveling time. Any Hydra action? Like, am I going to be PoBing Hydras or what? This is Act 8. Does anything change in the way we interact with it? We use Absolution all the way through, including when we get our Reverb Rod. I don't think anything has to change. Absolution is even better than it was before. So like we are really incentivizing to using Absolution. Hydra Spectres. Let me think. I don't think I will end up doing Hydras. The loss of the conversion feels a bit harsh for the scaling of Hydras. I feel like they are currently in the same boat as Syndicate operatives and would require more investments than worth to make work this season, at least. Probably should have played them last season. But yeah, currently I do not have plans for PoBing Hydras. Off the top of my head, what builds do I see myself PoBing currently? There is Rush Defilers. I'm going to update Absolution. I'm going to make a Dumblo PoB. That's 3. I have already made a Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom PoB. So that's 4. I might, if I have the time. I doubt I will, honestly, because there's like so much between now and launch that I need to do. But if I have the time, I'll also try to get around to doing Soul Rest, which would be the 5th guy. But yeah, for now we do not have Hydra plans. I think this is fine. I think the leveling is still fine. We don't have to worry about this is how to summon with Reverb Rod. We have early vendor rejects, starter, filter. We're going to remove. We need to work on this. TBD. Quest rewards is still valid. This is still valid. All right. That is it for Defilers. Now, let's move on to what are we moving on to? We have our choice of Absolution or Dominating Blow, one or the other. Which do I think I want to? I think if I had to pick a league starter, I'm more likely to go Dominating Blow than Absolution. So let's start with Dom Blow. That is what I want to start with. So for Dom Blow, let's start with Ascendancies. With the updates to Guardian, is there a reason to go Guardian? Perma Radiant Crusade, Sentinel Radiance is huge, pretty good defensive layering. We can also really juice Elemental Dom Blow with Unwavering Crusade. Decent block. We wouldn't touch the new node, the damage extra fire. I don't think I would like to. Oh wait. There's a big thing. I just remembered Minionas were theory crafting something. I just remembered Hallowed Flame is restricted to melee hits, so you can't apply it with brands on Ascendancy, at least. And I don't know if Hallowed supports Holy Skill.
Tweet will have hammers of light bat. Enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
I wonder how big AoE scaling can go for them, because I feel like it wouldn't be insane.
Stand against your foes with light of light, shoot your divine blast emit loading out, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage. But only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy.
I want to hear about the support gem.
Your army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class. We also
Didn't they mention support gems at some point? Like a hallowed support.
Friend flame are able to fire damage, but only getting consumed when exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them.
Hallowed supports melee attacks. Yeah. All right, so just I'm already mentioning using brands as a trigger for it or as a source of hallowed, right? Was it? So yeah. Anywho, all this to say, I don't see myself hitting enough to have perma uptime on the buff, and like the Guardian Ascendancy, I don't think is good enough if I can find it. Where's Guardian? It's not here. All right, Guardian. No, Guardian was here. I used that to find out what Hallowed Flame was. Wait, blood soaked supports. Oh, this is the corrupted blood with banners. Okay. Okay, so we'll just look at it on this video then.
With your army of holy sentinels. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the Guardian being the play for me. If not for anything, Leech just feels so good. And there's just nothing there. Like the 3 different auras are pretty appealing, but at the same time, I can just do Unholy Might and get and save a glove slot. Now with the glove slot, it's very important on Dumblo because of quality of life. If you have your glove slot open and not, you know, triad gripped, then you have the option of going for an Eldritch Implicit that gives your strike skills the ability to hit 2 extra targets, which is huge for quality of life. So then you can technically hit 3 people or 2, depending on, you know, what you feel like. So with this setup, I don't see myself going for a bloodline ascendancy. Katarina is kind of meh. Einhar isn't needed. I don't plan on using war cries, and I like my specters. Thank you very much. We're going chaos. So any of them help with chaos? One of them helps with chaos. Lycia helps with chaos. But then I'd have to figure out uptime. Flask uptime would be the problem with this. And if I were to go something along the lines of a... This is actually pretty strong. The only problem I would have with something like this is I would lose Consecrated Ground and I'd have to use Rational Doctrine. Like, losing Rational Doctrine is not the end of the world. Don't get me wrong. Like, losing Consecrated Ground into Profane Ground and how that applies Malediction, which is still reduced damage, but realistically, I'd only be using it single target. I don't know how I feel about that, because the AoE is not big enough for clear unless you use... What's the name of that flask again? I forget the name of the crits Consecrated Ground flask, but that one. Name. Bottled Fates. That's the one. It has tripled the radius of Conk Ground, and it will all become Bitter Heresy. So Chaotic Might is actually very strong. So I'll put a pin in that, and I'll play around with it once I have it formed. So one thing to note about Dawn Blow is, because we're going for Vow Dominating Blow, we can't actually go for the extra support gem because it's an either or. You either go for Vow or you go for +1 support gem, but you can't have both. So unless there's some way to double corrupt, which I don't think so. So Sentinel of Dominance, they have their Crusade Slam. Let me pull up their stats, because I feel like I remember their slam having like a 6-second cooldown. Sentinel of Dominance, I believe. Yeah. Dawn Blow. They have their charge, which is 4-second CD. Holy Slam 5 seconds. So I'm incentivized to build some CDR for them. But because they do have CDs, I will be playing around their, like, having the default attack. That being said, patch notes. Where are those patch notes? Actually, I created a notes section for myself. Where did I put it again? I need to open this with Notepad. That's what I want to open it with. There. With Dumb Blow, they gave this more AoE, but it didn't give you more damage. So the only reason you'd go for this is for a bit of extra clear. And then of course these guys just are the ones that get the more damage. So do we care about Trial Master Bloodline? Baseline, we're looking at 20 seconds soul gain prevention and 30-second duration. So permanent uptime baseline. Reduce soul gain prevention duration would be really nice. So I can actually scale duration. And it wouldn't just completely gimp my character. So first things first, we leave from this side because this is a very important node for me. So is cooldown. I like this. This now specifies, oh, this is my skill. Before it could get confusing. I think it's unnecessary or overkill, if you will. I think it's overkill. I genuinely think you just scale duration. And the more you scale duration, the longer the big guys last. I still hate the fact that minion duration doesn't work here. Anyways, like all this minion duration, it's not scaling the duration here. This is literally just the 20% skill effect duration. Yeah, I think I'm either doing this guy for the duration. It's already up to 51 seconds and 34-second lockout period, which is very, very good. And then I can get some block action going here. Or I go for a Plague Bringer to give the Holy Slam even more AoE and try to go that way. Let's look at the Ascended Sentinel of Dominance, shall we? You have baseline 40% chance of block? Sure, I didn't know that. Ascended Sentinel of Dominance, because these guys are why we play the skill, right? They have their teleport, which is on a 9-second cooldown. The Asunder is pretty decent. Does it have a cooldown? It doesn't look like it. You have a large circular attack. I think this is its 7-second CD. Large slam. Yeah, this is it. 250% more ADE, 170%, 200%, 170. Overall, 1.5 meters to melee attack range, 3 meters to melee attack range. I feel like the need to scale AoE is there, but not so much that I can't take this. 10% more damage is nothing to sneeze at, but not so is offering. Offering is huge. All right. let's move on. Convocation. Here's the effect of offering. I need to be down here because I need this guy. So that I can pick up this early on. I might drop this later on, but I'm currently undecided. Bone offering. I want to be able to leap slam, so I think my weapon is going to be do you limit my skill or my weapon? It doesn't say any particular weapon, but it has to be a melee weapon, obviously. Normal magic and rare monster corpses can be used to summon corresponding rarity sentinels using the player's skill, but unique monster corpses cannot. Magic and rare sentinels will keep prefix and suffix monster modifiers from the enemy. It was summoned from, some of which provide aura-like effects which affect the player and allies or surround or enemies. Wait, there's MTXs for Dawn Blow. Wait, you can use Herald MTXs for them? No way. Interesting. All right, that's good to know. I feel like targeting 3 nearby enemies is overkill, and these are points I'd rather spend elsewhere. But for now, let's assume it's not. Is there a universe I go CI on this? What uniques am I kind of locked into using? Dark Monarch doesn't affect Val. It would affect the non-Val. So I can have a lot of tiny people running around. But it wouldn't affect the Val version. And I think the Val version with its buff disincentivizes me from using Dark Monarch. So that being said, I think we're going to avoid using Dark Monarch in the endgame version. Now, because this is, I like making my build guides top budgets and then making more like a more budget friendly version. So we're going to assume this is the high budget. So we're going to do Mage Blood. I want to see what it looks like with maximum investment first and foremost, and then we can go from there. If it doesn't look good on the high end, then I'm not less incentivized, you know, from actually trying it. Anyways, I really think this is overkill. I really think it's overkill. Anyways, one-handed sword for the dumb blow. Converted to a random element. I don't care much. I don't care about accuracy either because hits can be evaded is a thing that I plan to use. I, however, do not want to care about reflect maps. So I will find the fastest blade here, which is the anarchic, I think, which is 1.6. Yeah, anarchic is the fastest. 1.6 attacks per second. I'm going to benchcraft hits can't be evaded. We're going to essence craft minion damage. And then that's it, really. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. We're spamming to T1 attack speed. Let's not forget that. That's it. We don't care about anything else. Let me think. There's no enchantment I particularly want. But I am considering something interesting, which is dual wielding versus not dual wielding. If I dual wield, block becomes a bit harder. And I have to take advantage of dual wield masteries. Where the fuck are the dual wielding masteries? Just one there was something like in this vicinity for dual wielding. The staff. So this is where dual wielding shield is. Dual wielding block charge rather. I could impossibly escape this block area because I like regardless of if I dual wield or not, I want to have block on this setup. Because if I don't get block, I'd have to go evasion ES, and I don't know if I want to do that on this setup. Evasion ES tends to be a bit on the more expensive side. I guess there's a dual wield mastery here, which is attack speed, block spell, block attacks. Because like realistically, I could do this and then throw in a Mata's teaching, and that would work. Get +2 levels, scale the crit on this one, and if anything, it would incentivize me to go in a claw. I like leap slam though, is the only thing. But if I wanted to scale crits, this could easily be a crit build. To crits or not to crits? That is the question. And I think the answer is to crits. So I guess first things first, let's see how much crit we can realistically get. This is 8.97. Is there anything here that is crit? Yes, there is. 9.3 is the absolute maximum I can get from an Narkic. But if I were to go for a claw or a dagger, 7.5 base, 8% base. I think the best I've seen is 8%. Let's go for a dagger. Yeah, daggers are better. So pneumatic dagger 8.8, 9% from the Trisula. But gutting knife is better base attack speed. So if we go into a gutting knife, and then we do crit, and then we go max crit, we're looking at 12, almost 13%. If I want to dual wield with Mata's teaching, this is the way. Otherwise, I'd go for a bone spirit shield. I would get level of minion. Level of minion, increase minion damage life. And try to scale block chance with the nodes around me. Capping block chance becomes awkward the moment I decide I'm going to do a wield. And I can't use something like Temper Shield anymore. So I have a decision to make in that regard. This is not a dual wield in Mastery. I knew there was a dual wield in Mastery, so it's only all the way over here that we really get to benefit from the dual wield in Masteries. Sure, okay. With the exception of this guy, that of course. Okay. Do I think I want to scale crits? What would be my Giga defensive layer if I go crits? Where am I getting crit from as well? I guess there's some reason to go Reliquarian. Because hear me out, right? If we go Reliquarian right now, we can pick up Mata's teaching from the third ascendancy and then go for a bloodline fort. If we get Mata's teaching, then we have the option of using a Foulborn Severed in Sleep. We get the option of using a Foulborn Severed in Sleep, which is then, instead of inflicting wither, it is +5 to crit. So then they would gain base 12.8 whatever, then +5 to make it 17. And scaling crit from 17% is pretty chill. It's pretty chill indeed. So and 7 and Sleep of course comes with envy as well. You know what the better option is, realistically? It's not to go Gutting Knife. It's to go Powerborn Severed in Sleep. Offhand. This is what I should do. I feel like there was a reason I wanted to use 2 different weapons. I might end up not using a sword. But I think swords also just have the best attacks, right? So there's that. Powerborn Severed in Sleep. this is my source of envy as well. So like it's really big for me, seeing as I'm going chaos. +5. Is it +5%? Yeah, +5% to critical strike chance. Foulborn. Yeah, so that works. That gives them a base crit more than an anarchic spirit blade with Mata's teaching. It is still not quite as high as if it were just double severed in sleep or something, but yeah, we can't do double severed in sleep. We need hits can be evaded anyway, so still works out. So now that means we can remove the crits from here. We can take this and go attack speed instead. So we are slightly faster even. That is all we need from the weapon. Then on my main hand weapon, I would just put a generosity. This is not a poison build, so I don't need to use malevolence. What else do I need to do though? Are there any other offensive auras I could do that would benefit from our generosity? I think the answer is no. Envy is just that. Why does my damage go down? Oh, because my damage goes down and theirs does, and theirs goes up. Okay. Okay, good. That is weapon 2. We're also going to be relying entirely on my current minions for I guess I'm going to need to work on my block. And if this isn't the way, it makes me hesitant to path up there. I'll probably anoint death attunement is what this means. And seeing as I'm going crit, I have to go this one. I'm going to need some mana regen on this build. And I'm going to need to go for 12 passive clusters. Do I care for vicious bites? I do. So we're going to be using a Kingmaker on this setup because we're trying to scale crits as much as we can. So all the more reason to use Bottled Fates as the one unique flask of the setup. This is still bugged to not it's still bugged to not apply to minion hit, and I think that's kind of weird. Anywho, how else can I really scale crits? If I really am serious about dual wielding block, then I have to come down here, or at least go up here, one or the other. Realistically, going up here is easier, for lack of a better term, because I get to choose it. I get to pick a burst of block spell damage, which I think is going to be the harder of the two to get, because these guys over here, they have a decent amount of block AD. Like if I had to pick this, it's pretty chill, and I can still pick this, which is a decent amount of block AD, but it's not perfect by any means whatsoever. Not perfect. Okay. I don't know that I'll be able to fit another 12 passive cluster in here. Realistically, I am very close to the two different cluster jewel spots, so I could prioritize vicious bites, but I think I would like, and let's save this first, dominating blow, high budget. I think I would rather have the attack speed from the 35-3 than the vicious bites. I feel like that'll give more damage, and I can just focus on crit from other sources. What other sources would give me a decent amount of crits? I'm not liking the options that come to mind, but the options that come to mind include Ancient Skull and the pig face bassinet, devourer of minds. Either or really works well with what we're doing anyways. I think we can go Assassin's Mark as well, so that despair would be applied by our AG. I think this is something we can do. How much crit chance are we currently looking at? 11.5 baseline. Yeah, I think it's the way to go. And there we go. Ancient Skull. Then we go Corrupt. +1 max power charge. That puts us at 58% chance to crit. Pretty decent spike in crit chance. But now all my non-dumb blow minions are going to need that much more regen to counter here in Whispers, because Ancient Skull applies a chaos dot. Where is it? 20% of their life as chaos damage per second. So even if I get on 5% chaos res, that becomes 5% of their life as chaos damage per second, which is okay. It is okay. Not great, but okay. And because of the fact that I'm going all the sources of crit I'm going, my minions are going to actually be critting quite a lot. So how do I deal with this? AG can be given a helmet that would prevent this, but like I don't really care about that. I think this means my mouse isn't working. Why is my mouse not working? Also weird. I think this means I want to pick up this wheel. And I think that in turn means I can't quite go as deep in this territory as I currently am. So if I cut this out and do that, because I'm going to need all the chaos res I can get. Where can I get more chaos res? There's medium cluster jewels. I can have more. There's chaos golem. Actually, no, chaos golem is for just for me, not for them. So ghastly eye jewels as well. Cluster jewels, ghastly eye jewels. And by cluster jewels, I mean Dread March, ghastly eye jewels. I'm not using darkness and throne, so like the number of ghastly eye jewels I can use is quite limited. This is realistically just the way to go. Or seeing as I'm not CI, I can actually go bone meld, and that'll give them 37%. If I go for 2 mediums, that gives another 20%. That's 57. That's still not cap. But this plus bone meld equal cap. At the very least. You know, so there's that. Do I think this node is still worth it? The chance to do double damage? Yeah, it is. I could also just renew our stack as well, which would be life regen alongside the chaos res. This means bone meld is my best amulet for this build, because then I can give them my res, but it also means I need to make up for a whole lot of minus res, which is the part I'm not looking forward to. Bone meld is the best amulet for this. How many minions will I have? A lot. Because I'm getting 17 from Dumblo alone. And I'm getting 9, 3, 1, which is 13. With an extra 3, which is 16. So I'm getting 16 from Dumblo. And then we have Spectres. We'll probably end up having 5 Spectres. We can go for a +1 Spectre chest, so 5 seems fine. We'll anoint this. So that takes us to 21 from 16. Then we'll have an AG 22. And we'll likely have a Golem 23. So this is likely to be 23. Actually, non-Val, so that's 20. Yeah, 20. So that's a very healthy amount of increased defense. Really 100% increased defense. 80% rather. And I can go ahead and do resistance catalyst to get 60%. So instead of 37, we end up giving 75 times 0.6, 45% res to my minions. That plus the... Wait, 7 and sleep gives chaos res? Oh. Well, this is unnecessary then. Because all that means is we have 29 from Severed in Sleep. We're getting 45. Severed in Sleep can go as high as just 29. Okay. So 45 plus 29 gives me 74% chaos res. Yeah. I don't really need more. That's pretty much cap. Pretty much. All right. So scratch all of that. This is not needed. We can then go back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay. Death attunement. Then we're going for +1 Spectre chess piece. We're going for... Are we going for armor evasion? Armor ES? We could. But we're not scaling a whole lot of defenses anywhere else. But we could, I guess. Melding of the flesh. Now it's a melding. We can go ahead and do Ruby. If I can impossible escape Avatar of Fire, that gives me 1, 2 easy choices to make. That'll be 3% max res. All right, in any case, Ruby with elemental res. Then we go for a quick silver. We're not going to be running haste, so then we go quartz next. We'll go regen. Quartz. I do believe we have enough items to fill out our chaos res, I think. Not entirely sure. So instead, I will be going for the last slots. We'll pick up a bismuth flask, I think. We have early res, movement, speed, and regen. So on this one, probably shock immunity so that we don't have to worry about purity of elements. This takes a load off our shoulders when it comes to res. Then we would also use purity of fire. That solves all fire res needs, period. It does put us at 85% res though. I think that we can get an extra 2% from boots. And in the ideal universe, we'd be able to fit in this 3% to get to 90 all res, all early res. So body armor, we go armor ES, sacred chainmail, +1 to maximum number of specters. Then I go for big life. And the ideal universe, increase armor ES. And then for suffixes, we go chaos res non-negotiable. And then past that, could be anything. I think we go for PDR. And we'd essence craft this with something. We could actually start essence crafting this with reservation efficiency. But I'll leave this what the essence is for now and see if we actually need the reservation efficiency once we're done. Then for implicits, we can go max fire res here. You can go up to 3%. right, before we make that decision, let's go to boots. We'll do another armor ES. Armor ES, Syrian Exarch, Eta Worlds, movement speed, life, increase armor ES, chaos res. We can craft chance to avoid shock boots realistically. Chance to avoid shock is here, and it's competing with max fire res. This would be expensive to get the full 2%. But if I go max chance to avoid shock, then I can get stun immunity, and that saves me a socket. Or a juice, yeah, a juice socket. So I have to make that decision now. Is there anything more important than chance to avoid shock boots currently for me? We can get plus the mattress elsewhere, as we've seen, like on our chests. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Essence. %60 chance to avoid shock. Add implicits. 42% chance to avoid shock. And that's our full 100% for Storm Shroud. So that would put us with this guy. I think I want the increased effect of offering. I genuinely think I do. The block is premium. And then we could also just go for, you know, chance to avoid, chance to block spell. But no, that'd be dumb. It's taken as fire. So we have chance to avoid shock boots. We still need 2% max res. I think I might have to drop some block chance. I think I might have to. If I can impossible to escape any of these two, that would save me a single point. But for my current setup, like if I can just cut these two out, I think that's huge. That's 2 points saved. I also don't currently have a source of endurance charges. But between my AG, who I haven't actually thought about what I want to do with yet, I'm thinking explode, but I'm not fully entirely sure. Explode AGs are just premium. I love them. Any chance I get, I kind of want to use it. But besides the point. AG is going to have Kingmaker. That's guaranteed. I know that. So I have to think to myself, what else do I want the AG for? I already have... I could use my AG to debuff, or I can use my AG for wave clear. Either or works. It just... they would take different setups. For the clear, it's explode. And because it's explode, I'm going mask helmet with explode chest and yada yada. But for debuff, it would be minus chaos res helmet, which is like I think minus 9% chaos res or something like that. And then regen chests. And probably punishment gloves alongside punishment gloves alongside extra curse boots wind screams would be that setup. The one that have a tankier AG is the first one, i.e. explode, because Mask of the Stitch is OP with necromancer. Okay. Let's just go on for now. Add the second implicit and we'll figure out what we want to do. If I get a chance to avoid ailments, it's not going to be 100%. I'll still need a source elsewhere, which kind of defeats the purpose. Let's just say we'll use endurance charges. We'll add our source of endurance charge yet. All right. 88 versus 34. Wait, 66, 44. Actually, is there anything better for me here? CB and bleed immunity is also something I need to consider. There's so much I need to consider, holy. There was something I mentioned about the Ghastly Eye Jewel earlier, of which I do not remember why I needed ghastly eye jewels. I just remember there was something I needed ghastly eye jewels for, and I thought I wouldn't have the. Is it poison? Wasn't poison. It was for chance to avoid stun, I think, or something along those lines. I guess I could do chance to avoid elemental ailments with one ghastly eye jewel with chance to avoid stun, shock. And that would do it, and that would allow me to get +2 max fire res, getting me to max 90 res. That is what I could potentially do, I think. And that would make sense. So that makes sense. So let's do that. Now here we go max fire res. And we go 2%. That doesn't work because these two now want to be high. So we'll come back to it. Let's see how big of a roll we could get on a ghastly eye jewel for a chance to avoid shock. Oh. Okay. That just means we don't actually even need it on the boots anymore. Just the essence is fine. All right, that leaves me with +2 max and like 40% chance to avoid poison. Now that we don't need chance to avoid shock, we can replace that. We bleed and CB immunity. My gripe with using this is simply it doesn't scale with effect. But like at some point, I don't care too much. Immutable force, because we don't actually have any other sources of chance to avoid stun. So we're just going to do this. That about covers, but it doesn't cover our utility gems. We still need Watcher's Eyes. We're going to have determination from Guardian Turtle. So as usual, we'll go for PDR, and then what else are we using? Envy, Purity of Fire, maybe Discipline. We should be using Clarity, so we could go Clarity as well. I think we're going to end up going Clarity. So let's look for Clarity. That's like the only other thing that's would make sense for me. I guess I do have 39% on reserve mana, so I could go Discipline. But yeah, I do plan on going Clarity already, so Clarity. It doesn't need to be max level Clarity, But like until I have a reason to reduce its level, I'd rather not reduce its level. What if I paired it with Flesh and Stone? Then I have reason to reduce its level. Okay. Now that we're here, let's actually add support gems to Vow Domination, shall we? Awaken Minion damage is a no-brainer. I don't know if it's not going to be here this season. I hope we still get a source of +1 from gems, or from greater gems, exceptional gems, but we'll see. We shall see. Void Manipulation. Multi-strike would be swapped for melee splash. Increase crits. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Rootless or increase crits. Rootless is slightly better, but I'd rather have the consistent crits than Rootless. So, and this all goes in our body armor, of course. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. We copy this, we paste it, and then we go the other way. 3. Full DPS, remove from body. Config. And then we'll go 3. And then here we go Dominating Blow, Ascended. And I think yeah. Something along those lines. All right, let's actually start adding our support skills and everything, shall we? This is basically already done, so just throw this in. Let's just leave it in the helmet or gloves, either or. Doesn't matter too much. Then let's say this is helmet. No, this is one hand. This is main hand, the one that has a trigger. Oh wait, that's right, trigger. Can have up to 3 crafted mods. Trigger. Yeah, hit can be viewed as a prefix. Okay. So trigger. So the suffixes are attack speed, can have trigger, and then minion damage and evaded are prefixes. Cool. So it ended up being a 5 mod item ish. Realistically, it's like 4 mods, but yeah. So Bone Offering, Desecrate, Life Tap. I get 1 Bone Offering with Life Tap, and that's it. I'm not trying anymore. I'll use that on every single build this season. But anyways, for now we leave Life Tap as is. All right, that's the main hand. This is the offhand. We don't have attack speed. Yeah, we don't need attack speed. Is this giving me attack speed from my ancient skull? My guy, I don't think I'm supposed to be hearing the whispers myself. Anyway, the important thing is I have decent attack speed for that. Next up, we can do boots. We haven't used a curse yet, and that's a problem. Actually, we have Assassin's Mark. And then AG. You can apply an additional curse. So despair. 1, 0. So despair. This is 17.4. Actually, no, turn this off. 14.3. 16.9. 17, near 17.5 with just casting despair myself without the other guy. So we lose a lot by giving despair to our AG. Like, it's actually the same amount of DPS having despair on AG and then using Assassin's Mark ourselves, or just running despair ourselves without anything else. No punishment, nothing. Just it doesn't help that despair's it doesn't help that despair's quality is literally increased effect. So we really are incentivized to run despair ourselves. Like, Assassin's Mark is nice and all, but like, you know, probably just try and enfeeble and call it a day because we can't easily get punishment. Not unless we choose not to go for Gravebind. And I think I would like Explode AG as well. So there's that. Huh. All right, we'll do that. It just makes more sense to have despair be something I use if it's going to be this much damage. It just end up being enfeeble. So here has to be animate Guardian, raise Spectre, feeding Frenzy, and then Minion Life. Looks like this is an empower angle, because realistically I'm not getting levels anywhere else that I already have. So yeah, this is an empower angle. That puts them at 26. Enough for the 4th or 5th Spectre in this case. I think that fills up all our slots, right? We have gloves, we have boots. We don't have helmet, actually. So scratch that, it doesn't. Weapon offhand. Yeah, we need helmets. Which means there's still space for a golem, which is huge. Golem in this case, I don't think I want to rely on chaos golems, so I'm just going to go for a stone golem. Or do I go for carrion golem instead for the damage? Like 600k DPS. Okay, so that's barely. Is this worth not running stone golem? So I'm either going 657 regen with 7k armor, or 6k armor, 518 regen, but 18 mil DPS. Speaking of DPS, let's put our next glove in because it's very important for our playstyle that we get it. Bro, what the fuck? How many times did I click that? Anywho, guess I could have gone increase the effect of your marks as well, but if it's that close to how do I want to craft this? I think I'm going to need to craft this from a suffix first point of view, but let's try putting our best foot forward, shall we? And starting with fear, and if and only if that is not possible, do we go ahead and do suffix first. My mind stopped working for a second. Chaos, code and chaos. Now for our rings, we're going to a bone ring. I actually want to do a gloom ring, honestly. I'm gonna do a bone ring and a gloom ring. By the way, let's start with the bone ring. I want to start with dexterity because I need quite a bit of that. This should be enough to cover all the dexterity I need. Minion attack speed. Minion damage. Oh geez. Life. And res of choice, in this case chaos. And then a gloam ring. And then we do the same thing. Only problem is we don't need dexterity anymore. Where are we getting dexterity from? Why don't we need it? Oh yeah, Mage Blood's a big source of it. Okay, so if we don't need dexterity, we don't need strength, we don't need int, we're just chilling, we're perfect. That complicates things. That complicates things a bit. I guess we can do minion movement speed. Actually, we can just harvest craft this as well. I just find essence crafting way easier. Chaos res. How do I craft this? Spam reforge chaos until 2 res and attack speed. Probably better to do reforge cast until you get the chaos res. But like it just feels bad clicking reforge. Because you get so many bad outcomes. It's the fact that I'm not getting a single other point of attributes anywhere else on gear that I selected. And I still don't need anything. I could do minion movement speed, of course. But I definitely don't have the facilities for that. Unless movement speed in this case takes over from... Actually, that is not a bad idea. Minion movement speed until chaos res and then try to get lightning res on it. But it's still double res on a fractured base. Gloam, bone. Anywho. We're still currently looking at 23 mil DPS. This is with the Ascended Sentinels being taken into account and the regular Sentinels as well. Can we squeeze out more DPS? It's 23 or 22. Defensively, I think I should just go for the 22. Or for the Stone Golem. Because it would be nice to be able to regen. How much is this? 740, 750 per second. It also comes with a bit of extra ES and armor with it. Which is, you know, kind of worth. Not one kind of, it is worth. I just need to make the decision if I have to make the decision. Ooh, Jesus. If offenses or defenses are more important to me. And I also need to cap my res. So that means, where am I getting fire res from? Oh, this is max. I was so confused for a second. Okay, that's max. Why did I put fire res on paladin gloves? I don't know that I have the space to actually get minion attack speed here. Sacred chainmail, like I said, I was thinking about what to do here if I had the space. I do not have the space, so I have to go for any of the resistances. So in this case, we'd go for lightning res as our choice affix. And then for our gloves, instead of cold and chaos, we'll do cold and lightning, which should be a bit more. 20% cold. That leaves me with 50% chaos cold rest to deal with. In a way, I do not know how I would deal with it. So, what's the plan, big man? How do we cap 30% cold rest? The answer really is just dropping PDR. But I don't wanna. I guess the answer is PDR or attack speed. Realistically, there really isn't even a question there. Where can I get slightly more cold rest from? Definitely not my gloves. Where can I get cold rest from? Oh, where are we getting it from currently? Gloves and ring, period. We're even getting the bits from here to tell you how bad it is. I guess we could do, use a ghastly eye jewel. that has, instead of chance to avoid shocked, it has cold res. Then there. Why did it look like my DPS reduced? Oh, it's because I went stone carrion, right? Well, maybe not entirely. Sure. Ah. What if I go despair? And then I go Assassin's Mark. The initial combo. I think it's wild to me just how close they are. Even though this one has literally 2 curses instead of 1. And then on our gloves, we go increase effect of mark. 21.5 is barely more DPS. But for single target, it is still more stable, if you will. It's quite a bit more stable. Rational doctrine. When I say rational doctrine, you know, I still, no, I have my, never mind. Oh yeah, this is the time to check. Which is more damage? You? 21.5 or Lycia? Profane ground. Oh wow, it's not even close. I kind of expected, but holy. All right, we're not gonna troll our block for this, I don't think. Before we went the dual wielding route, I probably would have made that call. But with the dual wielding route, I don't think that's a smart call. I just don't think so. Arcane with the troll, I see. What's good? Hit you. Lamau. Nothing much. Just finishing PoBing Dumblo pretty much. Also, I should just, yeah, okay. The duration is quite comfortable, near 60 seconds for the Valve version, and only 30 something seconds for the Soul Game Prevention, so not bad. Not bad at all. Ah, I have so much else I want to do with points that it's kind of insane how point starved I am. Actually quite insane. I think this is fine for Dumblo. I think this is fine for Dumblo. Dumblo's issue has always been scaling power. And honestly, I also haven't taken into account my AG. Is my AG doing anything spectacular? Brave Binds, it's Explode AG, so no. Unless I go punishments, in which case, what does punishment look like? I also need Calling Strike. I shouldn't forget Calling Strike. Nearby enemies have 14% increased damage taken. It's about 1.6 mil DPS. I think I'm actually going to debuff a debuff AG for this one because I want to believe that they will actually have pretty decent oh wait, dance. I want to believe they'll actually have pretty decent clear, especially with the Vow Domination's big attacks. Feeding Frenzy is active. Actually, I haven't configured this, I just realized. Let me actually go through this real quick. I have the 15 Wither stacks. Shocked, Intimidate. I would need a source of Intimidate. If I were to go off of like the current game, that would be Awakened Melee Fizz, which I think this one is Void Manip is the weakest link. Yeah. Void Manip, Intimidates. Yeah, so that is our source of Intimidate. Then Feeding Frenzy, yes. Do we have a source of Frenzy charges? Not currently, but we should. We also haven't put Kingmaker, so we'll just slap this on there. Kingmaker, Mask of the Stitch, Explode, Asenath, and Windscream. This is a pretty balanced AG setup. What's the difference? The difference is I can't go Assassin's Mark because the curse from my AG is going to be punishment. So I need to go Despair myself. But the plus side is that'd be a pretty decent DPS boost. But here's the biggest debuff I think I would like coming from my AG. But it would completely invalidate this setup. And that is, I would like my AG to have minus Chaos Res Helmet. If he can get minus Chaos Res Helmet, especially if it can come with life regen. I don't know how I'd craft that, but if it can come with life regen percent, the regen rates would be ideal. In any case, that would be this, and then this one would have to become Grotko's Pelt for 10% regen, and then this one would say Punishment, and then this one stays Windscream, and then Kingmaker, of course. Kingmaker bringing its own call, and we still haven't spec'd our specters as well. We haven't config specters either, so we have more DPS than I'm giving the build credit for currently. But first things first, let's think. Let's see how much DPS we have. We'll comment this out so it doesn't get in the way. Let's go through all the other facets and then we'll come back to this. We have 5 specters on this setup. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. What specters are they? Perfect Forest Warrior, no brainer. Perfect Guardian Turtle, no brainer. Now we need to think. We're doing chaos damage. There's certain other specters we can use, like Gilded Arak, that would help, but I don't think I care about Gilded Arak. Carnage Chieftain for the frenzy charges. These are not constructs, so Hawking Miscretion will do nothing to them. What else? What else? What else? I honestly think from this point it's a perfect warlord angle, just defensive guys at this point, because nothing else matters. There isn't a single other offensive specter. Oh wait. Host Chieftain, power and frenzy charges. Okay, yeah, cool. Frenzy and power, and they use, I'll say, 2 of them each. Look at that. Wait, which of them actually gave more DPS? Frenzy is 32. Okay, so frenzy. I suspect this puts us at a 100% crit chance. Yeah, we're like 14% increase over capped. So does this mean that I suspect this means Void Manip is better than this? Yeah, it is. At this point, it is. But yeah, I think I'm going to go back to increase crits. And instead of... Oh, that also reminds me. This should be Awakening Melee Fizz as well. Can't be forgetting to replace those guys. Alright. Now that you guys are synchronized, let's do some thinking, shall we? We're capped on crit, which means we can scale back a bit on crit, which means the better option realistically is to drop Assassin's Mark entirely and go for Despair. Go for Despair, then AG's Curse becomes Punishment. And then we'll try to get an AG with melee splash. As an imbued skill or imbued gem. So 1, 0. And then the AG himself will have Powerborn Asenath. With punishment on hit. Chest piece becomes Grotko's pelt. And helmet becomes a rare helmet with hunter influence. And nearby enemies have minus 12% to chaos res. I would like this to come with increased life regeneration rate. But like realistically, I don't think there's a single way to guarantee that. So literally just be this. Either that or we can go Crown of the Tyrant, which would be flat chaos and minus 10 to all res, which is better. This is actually much better. A 1 white Crown of the Tyrant would be considerably better than that. So if I were to do this, you and nearby allies have 47 to 61 added chaos damage. Then nearby enemies have minus 10% to all resistances. So Crown of the Tyrant Wind Scream, and then Kingmaker. This is the part where I get lazy and I'm just going to find a different POB of mine where I have configured it, and I need to remember where I've configured it and copy it from there. I want to say Syndicate operatives did not use it. Any Spectre build would not have used it, but my crawlers would have used it. Isn't this the AG version? Explode AG, eh? Okay. Absolution would have used it as well. There. Checkmate. Okay. Put this down. Windscream, Crown of the Tyrant, Kingmaker. Punishments. Asenath. Nearby enemies take 14% increase damage. All right. That is Kingmaker. Now let's set up our Spectre, shall we? Oh wait. Oh wait, okay, yeah, it's Calling Strike there now. I was about to say I need Calling Strike. Perfect Forest Warrior. Number 2 is Guardian Turtle. 3 is Warlord. Four is Carnage, and 5 is Host. And because the dominating blow refreshes duration, you can actually reliably use charges on them, which is the beautiful part about them in particular. So now the DPS number is looking a bit different. 47.6 mil DPS on the high end. Kind of rough on the resistance and how tight it is resistance wise. Now granted, I didn't use a good suffix here. It should have been 1. Curse enemy is debilitated, correct. So that's even more tankiness because they deal 10% less damage. That being said, I don't have a source of taunt. I would like to give my minions a source of taunt. So this second Ghastly Eye Joe, that's your job. Not this guy, you. Mr. Codres. You're also going to be a source of taunt on hits. Cool. It is by no means immortal, but considering this is a dual wielding setup with no shield, and it still gets 75% block chance and 57% spell block, as well as being able to eat very decent chunks of elemental damage, chaos damage, and some physical damage. The physical damage is decent, but it's by no means, it's not insane. I'm also not done, I just realized. Oh shit, Carrion Golem is now much bigger. But so is Stone Golem. Oh god, this is quite a decision. We can either go Stone Golem or Carrion Golem, one or the other, because we're not going for a +1 max Golem. And because it's a one or the other angle, I now have to make the decision on if I want damage or if I want defense, because this Stone Golem comes with increased defenses as well as life regen. The life regen, as you can see, is taking me to 820 from 680. So I want to say about 140-ish life regen, 139. Whereas this is 1.5 million DPS. So yeah. That is something we're going to have to decide. Keep in mind, we already have Leech, and this build will use Leech efficiently. Actually, no. Wait. Hold the phone. I just realized something. I think you have to go. I think this wheel has to go. I don't have instant leech. And I would really like instant leech. So take those away. We still need points coming from somewhere. I do not know where, but it has to come from somewhere. That solves it. But then that means we have to use our chess piece. That would reduce our phase max hit, and I don't like that. Because then I'd have to go for like max firers. I guess I could go for a 2% here. It's not perfect, and I lose spell block and regular block for it. But I guess it's the compromise I have to make. Either that, or actually, let me see. Jewels. Cobalt jewels. Yes. Minions deal increased damage. 16%. Codras. And then max firers. And of course, if I can get life on it, beautiful. If not, it is what it is. DPS wise, I don't lose much. I lose taunt, which is not great. I'll put taunt on this one because hopefully I get taunt, but I'm not going to use taunt in the config because I don't know for a fact that I'll get taunt here, and chance to avoid shock is a... I think you can actually force taunt here in the sense of you can go for shock, taunt, and physical damage and just take the flat life to a lower tier. And you can more realistically get that. But let's just leave this as is. Then our sacred chainmail goes back to... Increased effect of curses would be huge. Actually, it's fine. It's nothing insane. Offering. That's the one. Cool. We're back to the block levels we left at. We're still missing 1%. But beggars can be choosers, you know? It is what it is. Actually, is it? Is it though? That would get me over the edge, but then that means I need 2 points from somewhere. What if I remove despair? I put enlighten. I remove a singular point from here. Oof. But that's a singular point. And then I put despair here. I lost damage from somewhere and I'm not entirely sure where that is. But I'll be back. It's probably from dropping crits, right? Going from 100% crit chance will probably do that to you. I think I was just doing something. Oh yeah, you. I think I want meat shield here. Reason I think I want meat shield here is because of the degen from the helmets. I need to make sure. Feeding frenzy. Meat shield. Can I put... Do I have convocation in this POB? No, I do not. Why do I fit convocation in now? Where do I put convocation in now? If I can get this on bone offering, then that is huge. Because then I can put convocation, I can put something here, which in this case would be... None of these can go in there because the reservation, the enlighten is important. None of these can really go in there. Despair would have been able to, but that's a trigger weapon. So it wouldn't really work. So really nothing can go in there. Because anything that goes in there would be perma triggered if it's a spell. Where can we get convocation from? I don't think there's anything I can do. First things first, I guess. Let's look at recovery. Because I'm more worried about my minions than anything else. Yeah, this is a problem. This is the problem I am talking about. I'm going to need renewals or sources of minion regen that I don't currently have. And realistically, if I can spare even a single point, they should go into here. But the real answer is I can't spare a single point. This leech is definitely making my life difficult. What if... Okay, how about this? cut this out. Take that. Use this for the block instead. It's kind of worse than this. So kind of, it's worse than that. But beggars can be choosers, you know. That saves me 2 points. And then those 2 points I can use here. In which case, we're regening. I don't like how much we're regening, because realistically, this is 800 a second for my specters, means during an extended damage sequence, they will die. It makes me think I would like, because I have Bone Offering and Bone Offering has regen life if they've blocked recently, I would probably like to have a bit of extra block chance. So Fortress Covenant would be huge. But I don't think I can fit in a Fortress Covenant unless I drop Rational Doctrine. Actually, they can be on consecrated ground as well, because I will always have it from Rational Doctrine. Chaotic Might to be so big here, but it is what it is. What up? I don't know what to call you, department. How you doing? I think ultimately, right? I think Despair has to go into my wand. I don't like the idea of triggering it as often as it will probably be triggered, but what choice do I have? So Despair. That leaves me space for Convocation, which is an extra source of life regen for my minions. And I think that we're done. I think we're genuinely done. Oh wait, that's where we should be going. I played your Reg Defiler in 3.27. First time I ever took bosses. Nice, nice. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. What do you think? What do you think you want to play this league? I am so undecided on my league starter. However, as we can see, Dumblo is looking kind of insane. And this is pre-buff Dumblo. Let's not forget. Dumblo got... Where is it? Let's not forget Dumblo got a 50% more multi on the Ascended Sentinel. So this guy that's doing 25 mil, which by the way is already not accurate, because this is just saying, oh, he's just non-stop sundering, when realistically he's weaving in AoE slams, which are giga damage when he does. But anyways, let's just say it's 25 mil. That means he just got an extra 12.5 mil, so this PoB is already looking at like 55 mil DPS. 3.28 buffs. Ascended Sentinel of Dominance deals 50% more damage. Ascended Sentinel of Dominance. Did I misspell anything? I don't want to say Val. I don't want to say dominating blow, because then that would affect the non-Val version. How would I do this now? All right, let's start with making sure this line works. Minions deal. Cool. So since it works, let's go Ascended Sentinel of Dominance. How do I do this? I don't want to say, obviously, I don't say generic minions. Anyways. I feel like there's a way. I just don't know how to write it. I would think there's a way at least. Because I know for specters, as an example, I can say raised specters. I can say something like this and it works. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one on what their name is actually going to be. I also think it's actually just done weird. I tried. Either way, it would be about 55 mil DPS once you account for the buffs, which we don't, is what this means. Well, Regifalas felt so damn nice. I might try to do that again, but that's an expensive build. I'll likely play RF into Class 1 Stones so I can low IQ farm for a good minion build. I mean, it sounds like a pretty chill plan if you ask me. What does the Class 1 Stone scene look like now? Because, like, as far as I know, it was kind of giga nerfed. Does it still look promising? Because, like, I assume this means there has to be like a big pivot, especially with the blood notch changes, and the single targets has to change with the explode. Like, I feel like now you can't fully rely on the explode for single targets, because that was literally halved. It's not dead. Okay. Anyways, so from the patch notes, this is the only damage buff I think we can expect. So the Ascended Sentinels will do 50% more damage from where they are currently, from 200 to 300. But then everything else is just AoE and it's just quality of life essentially, which is of course nice for clear and everything. All right. This would be on Bone Offering, not on Despair. I guess I should do this. Despair. Weapon 1. Move it there. Trigger. Live tap imbued on offering. Just in case it wasn't obvious, because I know this is like the most confusing imbue. This one should be. I can't imbue this one. I almost forgot. You can't do that because you can't get Val and imbue at the same time. All right. So we can be as high as 47 mil if the fight lasts long enough. That's nice. And then we slap on a Lunaris Broad Call. With this being a number of times you've been hit recently, at least one. Number of summoned minions, 23. I think that's about it for configurations, right? I can't think of a single other one. And with this, with an endgame POB as high as this, I would say in terms of DPS and like defenses, I would say this is definitely a decent choice for a league starter. So I will be POBing the different budgets. Maybe next time I'm streaming, because this took quite a bit of time. It was fun, but took quite a bit of time. So we now have Dumblo done for the high budgets. And the high budget is like the very hard part. Next up, we're going to be doing the leveling. Not leveling, low budgets. We need to see what it looks like on a low budget, i.e. fresh out of campaign. How much damage can we pull out of Dumblo? We'll have to see that as well. I think it's a very efficient skill for the low budget. So I think as much as we can get a decent amount of damage on the high end, on the low end, it's more impressive. So I think next time I'm going to be live is going to be Tuesday. So we're going to be POBing. I might just POB it off stream. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what I decide to do on Tuesday. But for now, the current plan is get the leveling, low budget, medium budget, all of that done for this. Update Absolution, because I feel like Absolution is going to need a bit more work. And who else was on that list of builds I needed to update? There's Absolution, we've done Dumblo, and then I think there's one more build. Not coming to mind right now. I know I was thinking of someone Phantasm, but it's not coming to mind right now. Anywho, that is gonna be it for today. Appreciate you guys taking the time to spend here. Had a lot of fun. Made a lot of progress on the POBs. I'm going to be dropping many of them on my build sheet soon. By many of them, I mean reg filers. Dumblo, I will drop when I think it is ready. This is still in its iteration phase where I'm still going to be making changes to it. I'm not fully, like, you know, it still needs to be tweaked, but the shell is basically done. So once we figure out Dumblo completely, and then we make the medium and the low budget and the leveling, then I'll put it on the sheet and then I'll make a video on it. You can start expecting videos from me coming probably Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll try to get a video out, which might make my streams a bit inconsistent, but I'll keep you guys updated on when I'm streaming and when I'm not. If I'm supposed to and I end up making a video and that takes too long, then I'll let you guys know on Discord as well. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll see how it all goes in this busy time. Looking forward to league starts. This is gonna be so much fun. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna see you guys on Tuesday most likely. Till then, have a good night and thank